Alright. Let's see. Let's shrink that volume. Welcome back to At the Ends of Era's development stream. Last time, I guess I'll show this, we made a table. In fact, we made multiple tables. Let's see. What were hints going to be? I've completely forgotten. Oh yeah, this was going to be the medium will... Okay. So the central pillar of this game is you're going around, getting information to change an AI called the medium. I have to put that at the front of every one of these because otherwise, what if the new viewers are here? But okay. The hints are going to be the medium giving you directions as to where to go based on the information you have. And I don't know if I know of any of them yet, because I think I need to design the quests in more detail. You know, to figure out, like, what information is required to lead the player in the right direction, and will the medium, you know, have that information? What would the medium want for the player? And so, otherwise we have, like, the visual effects for the medium, like what changes. These would be fun. We have this, which is basically like, probably not going to be used now. I thought it was going to be a much more important system of, like, making it so that, like, when you get one stat, like mum/intense eyes, and then you get a different stat, it gives you a new stat. And then there's, like, a one-to-one relationship between these slots and these stats. But I think what I'll actually do is not have that. Oh, excuse me. Is not have that. Or I'll just have it be like a hand-coded thing, rather than like trying to make some sort of like generator out of the table, because there's not that many. It's like 12 or something. And then I could start working on some of the technical art of this, but I think what I should do instead is I should start imagining each quest. Because basically, I mean, that's kind of the main thing left. Is like, I kind of have an idea for how the medium should work, but I need to flesh out the quests and how they interact with the medium in order to get all this in. So I guess let's just start that. Okay. Don't need this. Writing, design. So where was my example quest, major quests? Okay, so this was sort of like, yeah, the time stop quest. This example design was actually pretty helpful in, like, actually designing the quest. So what I'm going to do is just move that into the major quests. Okay. Because basically the philosophy I decided on was, for any quest, there should be a central mechanic, or some sort of central, like, you know, aesthetic moment, or dialogue, or something like that, you know. Basically any of these. And then we have the very basic quest, which is, a guy shows you the or a guy asks you to show, you know, to, like, show off his cool time-stopping machine, and then you do. And he stops time, and it's like, oh, that's cool. And then you resume time. And so our goal would then be to, like, do this, you know, make sure the mechanic actually works. Then we would have these complications. So, like, somebody, you know, there's other people in the test. One of them, or a couple of them, wander off, and now we have to find them. And then there was the complication of, like, it's probably not going to be fun to actually wander around looking for people in the dark. And I've made the quest. I spent a lot of time making the quest, and that was actually true. It wasn't very fun to wander around in the dark. And in my quest to like make it more complicated or make it more interesting, it wasn't working really. So I think this idea of like, what if we had a mechanic to find them? That's more fun than what I had before, which was just walk back and forth and talk to the characters over and over until one of them solves it for you. And then we could do that. And then we could add more complications or not as we see fit. And so this sort of gives me a template that now I can do all of these steps and potentially go off in my own direction. But I think then what I should also do is, how do we get the medium? So let's say this is going to be like a design plan. And then this will be like medium, impact, other nodes. So really, I think there's a few things that you can get here, which are, this is one of 2 quests required for Sadaq to fully open up about your mother, and that would give you, I don't know. Let's see. Something like this. Yeah, see quests Sadaq for that info. Here we're guaranteed a few things. Or here we're likely to find a few things. Sadaq, new mum. What other things would we learn about Jackie's mom through this? I guess we would probably learn more about the ruins. What do we learn about the ruins? I guess I still like the complication of you get the device for the guy. So basically, in the currently implemented quest, there's also like a preamble to this actual demonstration where before you can even go to the demonstration, you have to help him like get the machine for it, and then that involves going down into some ruins and doing stuff there. So I'll probably have that be a required component of this. And it might be that he uses your time slowing gun. That would make more sense, because you get a gun that slows down time in the quest, and that's integral to solving it. But right now you also get some other random bit of equipment that he needs, and like that's not terribly interesting. So I think what it's going to be is, let's do another complication. He needs something from you for the quest. Or the scientist needs your time slowing gun. He recognizes it. Machine, he can help direct you to where it is. This merges with Raziah's quest in the area. Replace the existing component you find with the time gun. And I might have it be that you can't actually escape. until you've completed Raziah's portion of the quest, because otherwise the player could just like walk in, they get the time gun quite early in the ruins, and then they walk back out, leaving poor Raziah to fend for herself. Maybe that'd be funny, though. But okay. That makes more sense. And then, like, well, when you... So, And this also makes it feel a lot more sensible that he would invite you, because it's like, oh, you just, like, this is something that I'm borrowing from you. Because the player does not want to sell it to him. So he's borrowing the machine. Okay, that makes sense. I like that a lot. That's a good complication there. Because, yeah, that solves multiple problems that I had with the quest before of, like, what if the player misses the item that they need to find? Now it's like, well, if you miss it, you can't progress the quest. Like, you can't progress in the ruins at all, so you'd just be stuck until you do find it. But okay. We got names here. Also, yeah, so the medium impact, I think there is not going to be a huge amount of impact here, but maybe we could have... Who else could potentially know anything about her here? I don't think there is anyone. I think this really is just for learning about Sadaq, because Sadaq is the person who actually knows her, and he takes 2 quests with him to figure anything out. But okay, let's say that. So speaking of Sadaq, the other quest with Sadaq is called Nightlight. And let's do that same design plan here. So like the central crux. I think it's going to be the illusions. Because if we go to what I actually have for this, so I have the 2D version, which is okay. Let's see, scenes, so it'd probably be all under, man, it's been like a billion years since I was here. Quest, Nightlight. What would these look like? Basically, there's these sort of lights that are casting projections onto objects. So like this entity, there's some spooky skeleton back here, but this light is casting a sort of hologram over it, because there's like a projection and an actor, is how it's, the like internal terminology I decided on. And then there's other places like, let's see, I'm looking for other places. Like here. So if I load this up, can I actually click the things from here, or will the game be broken? Yeah, so if we click this small object. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is broken. You can't start the game from those scenes. But basically, there's a hidden thing, and then it reveals a door when you click the button. Because there's these illusions that are all around this cave. And you can find the light and destroy it, and that reveals whatever it was hiding. So yeah, let's say the illusions. So like, projections and actors. And one of the identifying traits of these lights that I decided on was that moss grows around the light, because it's still technically a light source. Which it would be very subtle to find, but hopefully the player will be able to notice it. But then probably a secondary crux, because the other main thing would be Sadaq. So this is basically like seeing the Emirates mindset and like I guess workings. Because basically this whole quest is introduced by you are arrested in the dead of night, brought into an interrogation because they suspect you have something to do with some disappearances that have been happening. Well, they don't have any real reason to suspect you other than you're a strange foreigner in the area. But then you meet Sadaq. And Sadaq knows your mom. And that sort of is revealed by accident in the interrogation. And so then the player has the mixed feelings of, well, one, I don't want to be, I want to find out what's happening to these disappearances because I don't want to be, like, held responsible for them. But also, I want to get in the favor of this guy, Sadaq, in order to figure out, like, what he knows about our mom. And so, that, trying to earn his, or trying to, I guess, learn about his, or learn what he knows. And so let's say, what is the very simplest quest? I guess it would be, we get arrested. Or we enter town. Night. Sadaq interrogates us. Revealing he knows something about our mother. And we, I guess that's fine. And then let's say we aren't. I guess we'd say we help him find the illusion creature and its lair. We kill the creature. And there's a lot of things that I added to this quest that I think would be fine, but I'm also not sure, like, how they enhance it. So, what would the central mechanic be here? So, the central mechanic would be the illusions. So, like, basically destroying the light. A new environment. Say the actors are specters that I guess get aggroed when you disable the illusion. Or let's say alter the environment. So yeah, it'd be tricky to figure out how exactly I want to do the projectors in like a seamless way. Because I'd basically have to have, because they can do two things. They can hide things in the environment and they can put things on top of the environment. I guess it's not that hard. I basically just hide and show things. And then if I, once I get fancy, I can play like an animation of like a material overlay. I already have the system for that of like, let's go to the illusory room. If we did like activator. Does this work? No, that's not working. Which one would it be? Let's go to rooms, let's go to primordial. Let's see if this works. There we go. It kind of works. For some reason that thing regularly breaks where like, it's supposed to seamlessly fade out that white rather than just blinking away, but you know, I have the system. I can eventually get it working again. So, okay, that's not going to be that complicated. And we can potentially make it look cooler. Just use the same system as the medium. So for characters, it'd be more complicated because the characters would basically have to have two characters in the same location and then one of them is faded out. That's not that bad. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, let's have complications. So I think I added a character named Oleander to this whole thing. And I think I like him. Because he's sort of an advocate for the player. He's a much more naive person. And he's the one who you actually help in the investigation rather than Sadaq. Sadaq is not directly involved until later. And I think that makes sense. So basically like an advocate for the player. A more cooperative partner. And also like a more neutral voice. The Emirate. Basically because Sancon Sadaq is a huge asshole. And that it was going to reflect basically, because this is the first guy you meet who's like a representative of the Emirate that you're in. So having Oleander as another representative helps provide like a more like multifaceted take on it. Because it's like, oh, they're not all assholes. It's just that one guy is also an asshole and part of this Emirate. But okay, we don't need to save that. And yeah, and I also like the spooky extra cave. So like the spooky layer. So let's say that. Spooky deep cave. So yeah, after we find the creature, we discover deeper cave. And I think that also is vital for this. Because in here, I need basically like an extended interrogation sequence with Sadaq. Because otherwise, there's a lot of information that wouldn't be easy to organically put in here. Basically, the way that the quest is structured now, you go into like some deep caves, and then you go deeper and deeper, and then eventually Sadaq like kicks you into a hole and starts asking you questions, and those questions wind up revealing a lot about his mindset and like his thinking in the quest, or his like thoughts about this whole thing. And it reveals that he's a lot more like scared and confused than he was letting on. Yeah, we got lots of cave stuff. See, I think this quest, I don't think it's missing much at all. I think once it's an action adventure game, rather than just the point-and-click adventure game, then it'll be substantial enough. Because right now in the point-and-click version, it feels a little sparse, but I think just having, you know, the platforming and stuff will make it more fun. So yeah, the spooky deep cave. So I think a vital I think this will be like the second interrogation. So like so yeah, Sadaq traps you and asks questions, revealing a lot more about him than you. Which I think is going to be down here. So yeah, I think when I go back to implement this in 3D, we can just do, like, we can start from the simple quest and do that. And I think, do we test this first? I think we test this first. And then we test, like, all of our complications, one after the other. So more cooperative partner in the early investigation. More neutral voice. And yeah, then we get the spooky cave. Second interrogation. And then Sadaq disappears. So yeah, basically we have to rescue Sadaq. These strange internal areas of the cave. Because basically right now, the way that it's written is inside of this core of this thing. Let's see. That's not what I need. It's in one of these. The core. There's like a hospital. It's just like a full reconstruction of a hospital, but all of it's an illusion as part of the thing. And so we go into here, and this is where Sadaq is, and then we have to get him out. To disable it, and then flee. And I think we'd have weaker humanoid... Yeah, let's say that. Disabling the illusion. Illusion creates a bunch of small humanoid specters we have to fight / flee. Oleander has his hands full with Sadaq. So yeah, Oleander will be carrying Sadaq out. So he's not going to be helpful in combat. And so we'd have to be able to do most of it. And then I think there's just a quick, like, run and platform segment out of here. And then that's the end of it. Okay, and then medium impact. So yeah, this is, if first, Sadaq, new mum, and then, yeah, this is like quest 1 of 2 for Sadaq, C, quests, time stop. Okay. So if it's first, we would know, we like learn that Sadaq knows our mom. And then things Sadaq can mention. While talking, so probably things like, what would we have, actually? What do we have in the conversations already? I should review the dialogue for Sadaq. Like, what are the things we already have? Okay, yeah. So let's say, let's go to our final thing. So, quests, new file, Sadaq. Medium impact. Who's Sadaq's son? What does that mean? Oh yeah, I forgot. There's like internal things about Sadaq that I don't think are ever actually going to make their way into the game. But okay, so we have like at the end of night, light, and time stop, Sadaq will be I guess back Okay, actually, we need two different ways that this quest can be done. So, if you do... Because basically, these two quests create a character arc for Sadaq, but you can do them in either order. So I want there to be two separate character quests, or like character arcs. So let's say that. So like, non-linear structure. There's two quests. Right, and time stop, and doing them in a different order changes Sadaq's character arc. So Nightlight leaves in the hospital after his, like, so after his sort of panicked interrogation of the player, he runs off into the cave, gets trapped, we have to rescue him. He's sort of, like, humbled by this quite a bit. So yeah, Nightlight leaves Sadaq in the hospital after his panic, or after his, yeah, I guess panicked interrogation of us. Our rescue leaves him. Feeling, I guess, humiliated. So then time stop. So when the time stop starts going awry, because basically in the time stop quest, he's very competent. Like, it's sort of like he's able to stay cool under the pressure of this much more than he was Nightlight. And so in the time stop, if we've already done Nightlight, it's sort of like a redemption for him. He redeems himself by staying calm and collected, helping us find the missing people, basically. And so, in the end, he has, like, sort of a begrudging, I think, respect for us, maybe? And then there's the opposite. So basically, Sadaq feels like untouchable or like extremely competent after the events of the time stop, where he was able to do a lot of the work for us. And so he feels like, instead of like having that respect for us, it's more like he basically in his mind takes credit for it. Or during the time stop, and he doesn't see us as playing any major part at all. After the time stop, or after the events of Nightlight. And I guess he's left at the Peacekeeper station. I don't know where they actually are. He's at the... Yeah, so at the end of both of these quests, he'll be at the police station. Unless you do it in this order, in which case he'll still be at the hospital at the end of it. Because, yeah, Nightlight left him hospitalized. So, yeah, after the events of Nightlight, humbled, basically. And so I think I will have slightly, like, just little bits of dialogue referencing this. So, like, the broad, or the actual events in both quests are the same, but there'll be some extra dialogue, like of Sadaq being kind of full of himself during the Nightlight quest if you did this one before, and then vice versa. You know, of feeling like he has something to prove if you did Nightlight first. So yeah, let's see that. There's extra dialogue. Feels like he has something to prove after his failure in the Nightlight quest. So yeah, extra dialogue. That implies after the time stop events. And probably more suspicious of us as well, since we were the ones like this strange financier who had this mystical artifact that was required for the thing to work. Let's say that. Okay. And so the medium impact. And so a lot of the things that he can say are kind of things we already have. Like we have mum resemblance. Do I actually have anything for that? Let's say that as well. I suppose I'll put that as mum resemblance face. So yeah, let's say this will be like final conversation. All this stuff. What else does he have? Not a whole lot, actually. Surely there's more here. I think there should be... I know what there should be. There should be a stat. Mum, fake name. So she was probably using a fake name. Why would she... How would he know that exactly? I feel like it's almost there in my brain. There's some sort of vibe that he gets, that he picks up from her. That she's not telling him everything. She never mentioned family. Yeah, something like that. And then we have lots of other things. Oh yeah, we have this. Wait, why would he know Black Basin? Yeah, and we got a few other things that we can do here. Lone, Mum, Black Basin, Mum, acidic. I like that descriptor. Do I have that in my table? I should. I'm going to put that as up here. I like having that here. It's funny, we just keep going back and forth, angry, moody, angry, moody, angry, and then austere, when we finally unify the both of them. Oh, wait, whoops. Just that. Just none. There we go. Okay. Any other stats I should know about here? I do like private life. I'll have to figure out... This will be more like a personality effect. It won't have any direct effect on dialogue. Or any effect on, like, the physical appearance, but yeah. These two will change your personality quite a bit, I think. Resemblance. So this will no longer be purple eyes, it'll be your eyes. Full name would be valuable. Oh, acidic black base in private life. Resemblance your eyes. Surprisingly little information we get from him. I guess it is valuable, though. Because, yeah, we'll know that she must have lived in Black Basin. Well, she mentioned it, at least. She never told me any... Yeah, so I think his suspicion is that she never mentioned the names of, like, family or anything like that, so he wouldn't know that her name was fake. And I guess there must be, like, some common thing with fake names in the area. Okay. That feels manageable. That feels like it's a manageable amount of work. But okay. So I think while talking about her, I think there actually wouldn't be that much. We might have some information about Yakazi. I'll say to do information, or how would his thinking about... Let's say this. About Yakaz, Emirates, and the Sirdi affect our perception of the medium. I'll say, like, Emirate, Anti-Sirdi. I'm coughing up a storm. The tannins in the tea are affecting my throat. Usually I have it with milk, but today the milk was sour. Like 2 weeks before its alleged expiration, but okay. So his name is no longer Balter, it's Sadaq. So, yeah. All this, we got lots and lots of stuff down there. Yeah, so we don't really need this anymore. Because, yeah, we have our central crux, we have all that stuff. I think this is... Let's see, I think I also want... It's a Sadaq Maz. So the name Maz is an insult. Actually, this is stuff that we can kind of learn anywhere. Like, because Sadaq has just a lot of conversations he'll talk to us about. So, like, at any point... So, yeah. We should think about how his feelings would, like, reflect on it. Because it could be, like... For example, if we're at the very early stages, Jackie's mom is kind of just the average of people around, like, that Jackie's met. So things like the fact that Sadaq is staunchly anti-Sirti and will insist to you that that's like the majority position in the country, that'll sort of influence Jackie's thinking. Even though it's more complicated because like Jackie wouldn't immediately believe everything he says, but I think it would affect it somehow. You know what I mean? So the name Sadaq Maz is an insult. Old Sirti, insult, let's say this as well. Is done by both the and their just critics. This is something I was talking about at some point before, where like there's a civilization that's typically called the Gelrin, but they can be called the Old Sirti by people who are Sirti, and Old Sirti by the people who hate the Sirti the most because the Gelrin caused a whole bunch of like I mean, they're the reason that there's monsters around, so they're like, well, if you want to associate with them, that's fine by us. That just gives us more reason to not like you. Yeah, I figured it'd be fun to have something like that, where, like, because most of the time, there's, like, endonyms and exonyms, where, like, the endonym is used by people who support a group, like, what they call themselves, and then the exonym is just, like, what people who don't like that group call them. So having the exonym be the neutral term, and then the endonym be for both supporters and their biggest enemies, felt interesting. But okay, that feels like a start on Nightlight. We have this central crux. And so I want to do the same thing with all of these. So, notes, design plan. So, in another life is another one, and this one started not from any particular mechanic, but from a specific scene. Let's see if I can find it again. Probably in quests in another life. Basically, in the desert, so let's say Central Crux. In the desert, you can stumble upon the dead body of a woman who looks exactly like the player character. And then there was another one, which was, there's another woman who looks eerily similar to Jackie, and she is in what we call Lagoon Town here. And it'd be this woman, who is much happier and has a baby. So yeah, you can stumble onto the dead body of a woman who looks exactly like Jackie in Black Basin. You meet a happy mother who also looks exactly like Jackie. And so, how much do I want? I mean, I guess this has to be, like, quite major. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff here. I'm gonna say, Mom, teen, bitter. What are some other things that we could learn here that I have, like, important parts of? I guess we'd learn Mum Black Basin. Probably mum/resemblance. We already have that. Do I need... I guess this is fine. So where was the other stuff? So we have this. Is this... What is this? I guess this is our... This was a huge thing. I have so many, like, documents that are all the same thing. Like, this one is... What is this one? Okay. This is the one that I needed. Okay. So we kind of get all of these. Actually, let's say this as well. So we can learn all of this stuff here. Hang on, gotta get this again. Ta-da! Okay, is there anything here that I don't need? I think this one I don't really need. We'd know that. And then, yeah, we would know mum resemblance. Or Jackie looks like her mother. So we can learn a lot of stuff in here. Is there anything else I'd really want to know? I guess that's fine for now. But yeah, because we meet basically our extended family. Like, this is presumably cousins of some sort. And I think we might even have this quietly added to our stats just from looking at the women. Of like, oh, our mother might have just looked like us. But okay, the basic quest. So stumble onto the corpse. Report it to the police. Meet the family. A bunch. Okay, that's a fair enough quest. And then complication. Investigating the quest. So, like, we need to figure out who murdered the woman. We can get... let's say this. It's unlikely the police will do anything about the murder. So to help us find the murderer ourselves. And so I guess the testing would be... So we would just have the clues be pretty easy to find, and then the player can figure out, like, which one is which. So, like... So yeah, put the clues out in town without much issue. Find the clues. go to somebody. Present your case, such as the police. They make their arrest. And I guess technically it wouldn't be the police, it would be people under the warlord or the Aga. Or soldiers under the Aga. They make their arrest. Okay, and then complication. We can't get into... Or we aren't... I know what to do. So yeah, we need a translator who can help us through the area. People don't speak any Gaelic. And then complication. We can't get into fields. We borrow clothing from Happy and pretend to be the murdered woman. Okay. And then what is the other complication? I would like more complications here of like, you know, cool moments or interesting things. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's okay, does this song actually just... Is this song actually just like, complete silence? Hang on. No, okay. I couldn't hear anything at all. What is the other song that was like... I swear there was a song that was like 15 minutes that was like dead silent. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But okay. So we borrow clothing from the happy mother to pretend to be the murdered woman. Is there any more complications? I think that's fine, actually. I can think of more. I can always just think of more complications. I think that's going to be like an important thing for me to remember as I design these quests. Basically, make the simple quest, actually play through it, and then decide, like, how do I want it to be more complicated? Because I don't have to do all of these, and I don't have to do them in the order that I've written them out. You know, because it's fine for some quests to be, like, 10 minutes long. As long as they're not too, as long as it feels, you know, reasonably paced to get all of this information. But okay. What is this? Oh, okay. Those are test things? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I had ideas for that quest. But okay, so it's unlikely the police will do anything about the murder, testing the complications, blah. We need a translator/guide. Okay, that feels pretty good. What were the other major quests? I actually have, like, forgotten what the quests were. Where are the major quests? Hang on. Where's the to-do list for them? Are they in here? I swear there's like... Oh, okay, it's in back to basics. Why is it organized under back to basics? I'm gonna put that up here. Like, I don't need everything under one, like, object. But okay, we got it in another life. Nightlight. The tree tower. That's gonna be an important one. Yeah, let's do the tree tower. New file, yeah. This will be help Raziah enter the tower. Actually, I might just name it Raziah. Let's call it that. Because, yeah, we meet a woman named Raziah. And she is exploring ruins, so let's say that. And this is one of the only quests where, like, early choices will, like, completely change the context of the quest. So I'll say that as, like, my central design. So Central Crux, it's both kind of a tour quest, where there's multiple quests inside. Oh. Where you're going through areas as part of multiple subquests. It might even be that I actually don't have it as an explicit quest the player can see. It's just a what have you. I'm trying to figure out what the word is. Or it's just like a sequence of quests that all seem independent until you realize that Raziah is at the heart of all of them. But okay, and then also major choice. Is Raziah to be trusted? Basically, I'll just explain why it is. So basically, like, every time you explore with Raziah, it ends with her, like, secretly taking a capacitor out of the ruins, which, like, causes a power shutdown and stuff. And so she doesn't explain this to the player at all. She's, like, deliberately hiding it from you. Taking a capacitor from the ruins. This causes a dangerous shutdown. A dangerous power cut and a need to escape. The player can be immediately suspicious of her. So, if the player refuses to help her, then the quests play out largely the same, except for you can get the capacitor, or you can, like, try to stop her, but I think if you try to stop her, she'll just eventually get it anyway. So I'm trying to figure out how exactly to implement this. So yeah, every time you explore with Raziah, it ends with her secretly taking a capacitor from the ruins. This causes a dangerous power cut and a need to escape. The player can be immediately suspicious and refuse to help her anymore. If the player decides to do this, they can still go through the ruins, but Raziah will be actively trying to thwart you from getting any deeper. While trying to doing anything suspicious. Okay, and then in the end, you can, Yeah, so let's say basic quest. So, like, meet Raziah. Or let's say 4 simple rooms. So yeah, each of these ruins will be evolved into whatever I need for the quests. Because, like, you know, one of them is going to be like the time stop, which will be fun. Or the time slowing down machine. As they need to... So, like... Or see the other documents in this folder. For your help. Then takes a capacitor. You can then choose next time or refuse. Actually, because I think the reason I did this is because basically after the Necropolis quest, Raziah would then invite you to have lunch. And at that lunch conversation, I realized that, like, I wanted the player to be able to steer the conversation into, like, accusing Raziah of doing something suspicious. Because, like, obviously, she did something suspicious. She took this capacitor and was, like, hiding it from you. And, like, that shut down the entire ruins and is, like, nearly killed both of you. And so it's, like, I think after each of these ruins, you can choose to be like, no, go to hell. There's something going on, and I'm not going to participate in it. So, like, if you refuse, so let's say if you help her. Future. So Raziah is a companion who helps in combat. Let's say that. That would be really nice to test. If you don't help her, Raziah is or will be at the ruins. So, like, by deactivating platform. So, like, deactivating objects, locking doors, directing specters, other things. She'll still try to, like, convince you that she's good, though. And I think you can go back and forth. Well, do I want the player to be able to go back and forth on this? I don't think Jackie should be able to do a turn. Like, basically just for the sake of storytelling, maybe the player has to decide this relatively early, and then they don't get to, like, flip-flop. Because otherwise it'd be hard to, like, tell a good story if you just keep going, like, no, you're suspicious. No, I'll help you this time. No, you're suspicious. But I think what I can do is you can make the decision twice, I'd say. So that way the player can, like, flip-flop. So yeah, you can, on one hand, like, decide, I'll help you, and then decide, like, wait, no, this is suspicious. I'm not going to help you anymore. Or you can go the opposite of, like, no, you're suspicious. And then it's like, well, okay. I think you are doing, like, I don't know what exactly you're doing, but I can help you. Okay. And then you finally enter, let's say she finally reveals. Actually, and let's say she also invites you to her cousin's wedding. Once you've got all the capacitors. I'm trying to figure out, like, once she's got all the capacitors. So I think the big question is, does the player take the capacitors instead of her? I know what it is. You have the choice. Otherwise, she will. She's too tricky, actually, to otherwise stop. So yeah, if you don't take the capacitor, she will. And then if you take the capacitor, I think that makes her more... Yeah, if you take the capacitor... stopping or even killing you. And I think... Yeah, let's say that. She finally reveals she's getting capacitors. Unlock the tower. Yeah, so the reason she was being so secretive is because this is like a major thing that could be very dangerous. Side. She had a dream. Because, yeah, she basically had a dream that showed her the cave that led up into the tower. And that cave was actually real. And also in the dream, there was a weapon to destroy the Emirate. So that's why she's so dedicated to, like, doing this. Because she doesn't like the Emirate. But that also means that this is kind of like a vision quest. So on the one hand, she doesn't want to reveal it to people because she's worried she'll seem crazy. But also... the tower, like, people want to open the tower. They want to either destroy it or find out what's inside. And so she wants to do that herself without revealing to other people. And so I think what it might be is she only does that here. Otherwise, you have to, you can follow her. What if at one point she actually just takes the capacitors from you? Like, she figures out some way of, like, incapacitating you. Like, maybe just actually shoots you. Well, I don't know. Yeah, you know, I think that would be fun. Basically, I'm imagining a sniper segment. Where or like you're just walking around and you have like the last of the capacitors. Either, you know, like both of you have gotten all of them. And if you have any of them, she will then shoot you, come up to you, take the capacitor, and then you're fine because you're the main protagonist of the video game. And so you heal up, and then you're like, okay, I need to figure out where she is. And how would you find that out, though? That's tricky. Because if she hasn't told you what she's doing with it... Once all capacitors taken... I guess let's say, And, like, this is an integral part of helping her. Like, if you, like, were doubting her at first and have taken a capacitor, and then you're like, okay, I'm on your side now. If she's like, okay, then give me the capacitors you found. If you don't do that, you're not on her side. You've just doubled down on being her foe, and then she leaves. And it's like, that's the end of that. And she won't take no for an answer. So yeah, once all the capacitors have been taken, if you have any capacitors, we'll just plain shoot you. I think this will be interesting to see how players would feel about, like, just out of nowhere getting completely, like, just getting shot in the, like, stomach with a sniper rifle. And Raziah comes up and takes the capacitors and, like, probably leaves you for dead, and then you're, like, fine afterward, though. How would you actually survive that? Maybe she just calls 911 or something. I don't know. How would you get emergency services out here? I know. She leaves you medical care. Yeah, so, like, she feels bad, leaves you, like, a med kit, and then the dialogue says, like, you patched yourself up, you can survive for now. And maybe it's like I'm wondering if I should do, like, a permanent health max debuff or something like that. That'd be funny. You know, for being the basic quest, this is not very basic at all. Ah, well, it's fun. The real complication will be all of those 4 subquests, where I want, like... Because now each of them will need 2 variations. One for if you're friend, one for if you're foe. Actually, technically 3. One for if it's your first time doing a quest. One for friend, one for foe. And then, like, little bits of variations for, like, how many quests you've done before and, like, how firmly you are on this path. So yeah, each room has its, or has 5 dialogue variation. So, like, first time meeting Raziah. Friends, or, like, let's say dubious friends. So this is, like, you've agreed. Committed friends, you firmly decided. Or, like, you're, Actually, we might need a couple more variations, actually. So yeah, this is... I think there should be some point where, like, now it's the point of no return. Like, you've, like, you know, helped her with, like, 3 of the things. Well, I don't know. Let's say strong friends. You've helped her... At least twice. I think what it could be is if you get to this point and then you betray her, then it's like she feels a lot more strongly about it. Where like if you were like, no, I'm not going to help you, and then you just stick with that, she'd be a lot less angry with you. It's just like, well, nothing personnel, kid. And then she still shoots you with a sniper from a distance. Okay, and then, oh yeah. We still need, like, dubious enemies. Yeah, you refuse to help her. You've stopped, or you've, like, impeded her multiple times. And then, like, friend to enemy. So yeah, you betrayed her. So yeah, like 7 variations, and probably some more of like strong friend to strong enemy would be a different one. But that's fine for now. I can just think about that, how I want to do that. Actually, I will have that here, though, of like... But I think maybe... I won't say that it's a firm and fast rule that you can only make the decision twice. You can make the decision as many times as I feel like is a good choice, or as good storytelling. Okay. So yeah, let's say you can flip-flop. Yeah. Because I don't want Jackie to feel like she's completely, you know, non-committal. But okay. Otherwise, she quietly heads off for the tower entrance. So I think she trusts you enough to come with her. Tower. And I don't think you can, like, stop her at... Well, maybe you can. Do we learn a lot about the meat? Like, I don't even think this is, like, related to Jackie's mom. This is, like, a B-plot, basically. But there's a lot of meat on these bones. Hmm. Well, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, why would Raziah need your help at first, but then if she's an enemy, she'd be able to, like, thwart you, and she'd be waiting for you? I think she still needs you for something. I think it would be, like, she can get a certain amount of distance without you. So she needs you to help unlock certain things. And so I think she'll still help you up to that point. But when she's a friend, she'll do it explicitly. When she's an enemy, she will, like, secretly do that. So yeah, let's say that. So Raziah will be at the ruins, helping you secretly. Yeah, secretly removing obstacles up until you've done whatever she needs you to do. Then she makes the ruins more difficult for you by deactivating objects, locking doors, directing specters, and other things. So basically, trying to put you into a trap. You know, the classic, like, Indiana Jones, you know, thank you for unlocking the door for me type thing. So yeah, how do we find out where Raziah is going? It might need to be a sort of Deus Ex Machina of, like, there's another character named Persephone who's, like, mysteriously omniscient, basically. So I might just have her call you and say, hey, I know where Raziah went. So yeah. Do we find her? Or how do we find the tower to confront her? Maybe Persephone helps us. Because, yeah, I think Persephone might not be an actual quest giver, or might not be a major quest anymore. Because, yeah, Persephone's a weird character. She might just be a character who can, like, regularly call you and, like, help you out with things. Because it is useful to have a character who just knows everything, but is enigmatic and will selectively reveal it to you. But otherwise, if we want something funny, or if we want something... Yeah, let's say for simple version. Let's say that. Okay, and then final confrontation at the... So yeah, final confrontation at the tower. So yeah, if friends, one last chance to back down. If enemies, or let's say that, one last chance to change your mind. And I'll also put here preliminary, or complication. Finding where Raziah went if you were her enemy. Okay. Okay. If you help her... I know what I want here, but I'll just say spoilers for now. If you don't, fight to the death. Or, like, if you let her activate it. If you lose, she uses it anyway. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm trying to figure out what is the complication for if you were Razia's enemy, how would I want you to actually figure out where she went? I think it is... You would have to be able to know who her family was. I think. Maybe her brother. I'm thinking it could be... I could have, like, maybe she is with her, like, some family member, like a brother, when she's in the city. And so if you talked to him at first, you can then do this. Because, yeah, I want it to be, maybe it's actually... Raziah still needs your help at the very end, and so she'll actually call you and figure out if you're still alive, and then tell you where she is, or have somebody else tell you. Okay, that seems more fun. Basically, Raziah... and tries to... Okay. This will be interesting. And I won't have it... I want the dynamics to not change too much. Like, she doesn't do a complete 180 in her personality if you're friends versus enemies. But she is kind of like... Raziah is kind of an interesting character, because I think she's very nice and, like, friendly and, like, personable. But she's very able to, like, kind of just turn her empathy off, basically. And so, like, when you're in her way, she's like, okay, you're a problem now, and I can solve problems. Like, I can solve you. But she still puts on, like, a friendly air, even when she's, like, actually actively trying to kill you. Like, the fact that she gives you a med kit, when she assumes she's just gonna leave you for dead, is, like, one last gesture of, like, sort of, I don't know, performative friendliness. Okay. Admittedly, we don't really have any complications that I can add here. I'm going to do this because otherwise square brackets are weird in Markdown. But okay. So medium impact, that's what we need next. So I think there'd probably be a few things like medium network. So there are multiple mediums all connected by a network. What are other things that she has that could affect this? Let's go through her dialogue. So we don't really need, like, the Raziah ruins, because those are things like that. Sirdi enemies. I think that's a valuable one. We're in conflict. History. Old Sirdi ruins. Let's call it Gelrin Dirty. Raziah ruins, Raziah destroyed ruins, Raziah this, that. Capacitor 113. Hiatus home. Yeah, most of her things are about that. Let's say the tower. People want to destroy the tower. I'd say that. Then tower, or like Gelrin Tower was from... And then there'd probably be like Tower Bridge. The tower to as the bridge. The Sirdi. Believing it be a bridge to heaven. Which is very Tower of Babel coded. Spectre's blood would be interesting. Do I still want that? That specters are attracted to blood? Maybe. Also, I should decide if I want Jackie to actually use British spelling of words, and then, like, commit to that much more. It'll be funny. I'll have to figure out how to get, like... I want it to be that anytime Jackie is speaking, it corrects to UK English, and then for everybody else, it corrects to US English spelling. But okay. So this quest, yeah. We'll have a lot of stuff to do. And it would be good to make this sort of, like, sort of a play area where it's literally just 4 rooms on opposite sides of, like, just a chamber with 4 rooms in it. And then have the quest play out entirely. I guess I'd also have to have a 5th room for the, tower itself. Okay. That's a good start on that. And yeah, Persephone. I don't know if she's involved at all. Okay, well, that all makes sense. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I just had a good idea. So, I forgot that in this quest right now... Wait, hang on. Why is this? Oh yeah, now we're on the music that's 16 minutes of silence. Is it? Okay, it's just the dynamics are, like, very wide in this soundtrack. Like at this point, at this level, I can't hear it at all, even though this volume. Let's say about there. I should play Hyper Light Drifter at some point, instead of just playing the soundtrack. But okay. How do we find the tower? We find it because we need to get a capacitor from the medium at the end. So, like, let's say, yeah. Once we're done with the medium. We can take the capacitor and give it to Raziah, and that means to do for the medium, so activating the medium, change the capacitor, something else, but have the capacitor visible. So what she does is, we find out, because Armstrong... Actually, that means that we need a phone, though. I should probably... So that means that in order to have this part of the quest done... I know. We can contact Arms... So... or the capacitor at the Bashar medium was stolen. Saw where she went and can help us go to the cave. If we have a cell phone and gave Armstrong our number, he can call us directly. So basically, I don't know how Armstrong tracked where she went because she went around an entire mountain. I guess maybe he was driving after her. And saw where she went. He can help us get there. Cave, but he can't follow us. Okay. That feels more interesting, and that also helps with the fact that, like, basically I want the tower to be one of the last things you do, because it's after. Basically now it guarantees that you're done with the medium, or the Vishar medium, so that way she takes the capacitor. Okay, that makes sense. That all works together nicely. And I'm admittedly realizing there's only, like, 2 quests that actually, like, tell you anything. And I'm going to delete this file. I'm going to start deleting files that aren't, like, what is this one? I think this is, I don't know. Admittedly, all this writing has gotten me frying my brain. What is this? Oh yeah, this is my weird, like, dream. Okay, let's just save all this stuff. Quest ideas. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to go back to... We got enough of this for now. I want to do terrain stuff. Oh wait, does this not have a remote repo? Hang on. Wrong thing. This thing. NP terrain. Okay. My water bottle is so loud. I've complained about that before, but it is. But okay, what I want to do is I want to, now that we've done some system design, I want to figure out optimizing this height map. Because right now, I can edit things in almost real time, but then what I have to do is we have to view results. And this takes like 5 seconds to update that. And so what I want is the ability to at least preview the terrain-like thing. And I know how to do that, I'm pretty sure. It's to do a render device texture in Godot. RD texture view, I think is what it is. Because I think I changed the buffer to be an actual image. Hopefully. And if not, that'll be a challenge to figure out. But okay, so ready, terrain renderer new. So let's go to the terrain renderer. This is where most of our stuff is done. Created uniform, input, RD uniform, normal array, buffer. There we are. Okay, so we only have... So we have a buffer target. I need to make this into an image, I think, maybe. I'll see if I'd have to. Because basically, what I want to do is right now, I can't view the terrain until I've taken the results of the compute shader off the GPU and put them on the CPU as an image, which is here. And then we put that image into the what have you, the shader results. Or then we put it back on the GPU as a texture, when in reality what I should be doing is previewing it by going to our height map shader. So where's our material? Terrain renderer. Wait, no, not that. Height map. What I want to do here is I want the material mesh material. Yeah, we can set the shader param here. So we don't need to create from image there. We can do add meshes. So mesh size, mesh size. Okay, so I think what I can do var RDT equals texture view dot new. Ooh, how do we create an RD texture view? This is gonna be tricky because it doesn't really explain how to like make it. Hang on. I hate it gave up at like setting the old version. I just prefer this because it's like, look at how much less crap there is. Okay. Subviewport texture create. I'm gonna say Godot. Compute shader as texture. So I don't want this. I want... Okay, texture 2D RD. Okay, that's what I need. RD.new. So this texture class allows you to use a 3D texture created directly on the rendering device as a texture for materials, meshes, etc. Okay, and I think what I can do is I can just do RDT dot texture RDRD, or you know, RDRID equals renderer dot buffer. I'm going to say this is going to be output. Can I like rename the variable itself? Okay, whole words, let's do output. Hopefully that didn't break anything. Take your time, Godot. A big issue is that the height map does, like, the height map saves all of its data into an image, or it doesn't save it to a separate file, which I should do soon, but I will do it later. Dot output. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I absolutely 100% need to make these save as a separate file. That's driving me crazy. Yeah, because we can see it's supposed to be saving into here, but it's not. Oh, right. Now we don't need this. And a resource saver save result height map to output map res. And then we'll do the same thing here. Don't need that then. And then when we set the height map, wherever we do it, Clear meshes, add meshes, blah, result height map, map data equals this, and then we can do saver, save, map data, output, height, res. Okay. So this will be like what actually saves the changes here. Actually, I want this to be up at the top, and I want it to be like apply changes. Let's say apply changes. How do we... What is this type then? Height map shape 3D. Oh, okay, I see. So this should be... map? Okay, yeah. And hopefully that will mean that, like, when we save it, it'll save as a file. What's the issue here? Export a callable. What is our warning, though? Class variable apply is declared but never used. That's fine. Hang on. We have to reload the scene. And then I'll make sure that the test... So basically, this scene should not have 100 quadrillion numbers, which I think it does, yeah. Got our packed byte arrays there. Oh, it's not going well. Okay, there we go. Then we apply changes. That didn't work. Buffer is either invalid or this type of buffer can't be retrieved. Interesting. Why not? So the normals work now. Okay, I see. Condition already get singleton texture is valid is true. So yeah, we should probably not do this for now. We're just going to do image texture create from result height map. Okay. And hopefully these are saved to a file. No, they aren't. So when we save a resource... No, so that doesn't work. So, does this at least... Oh, God. Okay. I think what I might do is not have this here. So instead of creating the height map here, we're going to do var h. Var normals data equals that, and then we'll do var n. And what we'll have instead is these will save to a file and then be loaded. And I'm also going to do the same thing here where we do var data. Actually, I think for this one, the map data is always the same. So like we just save this here. We don't even need to do that. Because this map, like this height should always be up to date, I think. Unless we like change the map. Yeah, so that should be fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the height map here, normals there, and that should be fine. And then what I can do is move the image. So yeah, let's try to move in that mountain again. Apply the changes. And we should be able to see the height map eventually get there. Well, this got there. This did not. So why is that the case? Probably because we need to load the image again. So if I do this, for example, it should... Well, it was supposed to. It was supposed to basically update that. So what do we do then? Because yeah, hopefully now this will not have like... This will not be as big. No, it is as big. Why is it so big? Like, these shouldn't be here, because these images aren't used anywhere. Oh, height map and normals have it. Okay. So here, this should be heightmap.res. This should be normals.res. Okay, that was the issue. We were copying the image. And now, hopefully, we don't need those images at all. So it's just saved to a separate file. Why are these still being used? Is this used anywhere? Mountain node, chunk mountain cabin. Okay, so that's because this has this image here. But why does that have an image that's like different than... Like, I can just use this one. Because at least now it's getting a little bit better. But okay, what do we do with the image here? We do not need this to be changed at all, I don't think. So we're going to actually just not have this here. And then I'm going to have, yeah, bar image is an image that's internal. And we use that for that. We just have the actual image here, though. And so let's say, like, raw image. And then what we'll do for the height map is .image. We don't do that, we do raw image. Render element, image mix NP terrain element. And this will be raw image. So that way it's in the correct format. Because, yeah, we should not be duplicating and saving, like, all of these images. Because I want it to be, like, you can save in a finite amount of time. Rather than it creating these, like, duplicates that have to be saved specially every time. And I think what I could do as well is even have, well, I'll keep this here. Basically, what I'm going to do is image get. So raw image equals image. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'll just set the raw image there. And then we'll just do enter tree image image. And that should update our raw image. Hopefully. Okay. Will this height map ever work? Or will whatever I'm doing here? Okay, this image texture has the correct image, though, hopefully. Wait, hang on. Image texture, oh, wait. Okay, good. So we can just create an image from an image texture. Or image texture from image. Okay, so what is the thing that I need here? Probably this mountain needs to have this. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, because image equals V. There we go. And this isn't even like the main thing that I need to do right now. Oh yeah, now we're in the Hat in Time soundtrack. Because yeah, the main optimization that I want is the ability to live preview these things. But okay, set that there. Hopefully it doesn't take like 15,000 years. But I think it will. Do we need these measurements anymore? I don't really need them. I'm just going to remove some stuff. Oh, interesting. Computer died for a little bit there. Okay. Lower that a little bit. At the very least, it looks pretty seamless. Oh, no. It doesn't look seamless at all. Whoops. Wait, is that because there's seams in the terrain, or is that because... No, that's because of the grid. Yeah, because these meshes here don't quite align yet. They aren't the same as this grid. Yeah, so I think... Yeah. Because like here especially, as it goes over the grid, we can't see any seams at all. It's done pretty well. I am curious as to why the colors look kind of weird, but that's going to be something that I ignore for the time being. Woof, it takes a long time to show the visibility. You know, let's hide that for the time being then. Okay. So now it saves in a reasonable-ish amount of time, I think. Maybe. Because, yeah, I just want it to be that I can save in less than, like, a minute. And that'll be a valuable optimization. Okay. It did not seem to work. Let's see what's happening here. So probably this... No, okay, so that's an image still. So this shape, that's a height map. Okay, so that height map is valid. Is it because the meshes are all unique? No, that wouldn't be it. Because yeah, we just use this mesh, and we just render it as like a multi-mesh or something. Or no, not a multi-mesh. We just render each mesh as its own thing, so that way the forward lighting, you know, doesn't have to calculate everything for everything. What is this? Say goodbye to those. And you know what? I want shadows. I deserve them. Are they like... Oh, I see. They're just really, really low. Okay, let's do... 2,000. There we go. So now I can see them from afar. I mean, admittedly, not that important, but... Well, I mean, not important at all, but I like shadows. And it helps a lot with making sure that, like, the geometry is correct. Like, see that? Not as correct as I'd hoped. Yeah, it reveals some strange lumpiness to the terrain. But okay, what is actually the issue here? Like, what is causing this to take 50,000 years to render? Because there shouldn't be any images anymore. Because we have, like, I guess I can just double check to make sure. I bet you what it is the images for the height maps. Like, I don't actually need to save them as images. I can just save them as textures. Like, we can do, like, image texture. So yeah, I'm going to do... this is now going to be an image texture. And then we're going to do just results height map, results normal map. And then, let's see. So wait, image.create. So does this work? Oh, wait, no, this isn't going to work because now we need to do image texture. Create from image. There we go. And that'll break. Oh wait, I should have applied the changes before I took 10 quadrillion years to save. Classic mistake. I keep forgetting to do Control-Alt-S to save the script, not save the entire scene. Okay. So what we need now is we need to apply these changes. We should get... There we go. We have a height map and a height map. And here we should have... I mean, we should have had the thing. Does it not do... So is add mesh is not working properly? Because we should have test... Try this again. Is it ever gonna... No, we don't need that. Okay, let's see if it actually loads up and why it's taking so long. Yeah, why is this so big? Because now there's not even like a lot of, there still shouldn't be a lot of images. Why is this not applying anymore? Are these duplicates? No. And we don't actually need those froms anymore, so we'll print. Yeah, our corners are good. Oh, whoops. Wait, that time it took a reasonable amount of time. Phew, okay, look at that. Now it doesn't take 70,000 years to load up the thing. But we do have the issue that it did not save these height maps properly. So why not? Wait, do we not save the resource save? So heightmap.res. Okay. So let's try duplicating the mountain. Putting it on the opposite side, rotating it a bit. Let's like scale it up. And yeah, look at this. This is actually running the shader at just 100% interactive frame rates. It's just that it's not applying now to the height map, which is weird. What is happening? Why is this not applying? Is it because the changes aren't being emitted? Changed.emit? So when we did something with changed, changed connect. So add elements. So we should have... Hang on, I'm going to print render. Then print rendered. Oh, well now it's working. Okay, so it's just something to do with like reloading the scene. Or like these images aren't properly like reset or something. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is when we go to apply changes, yeah, we save our data, and then we're gonna do resource loader dot or let's do result height map. Hang on. There we go. So we will replace, what does this mean? So cache mode replace. So like cache mode replace, oh wait, no. Like reuse, but the cache is checked for the main resource as well as each of its sub-resources. Neither the main resource nor any of its sub-resources are retrieved from the cache and restored to it. Let's do that. Cache mode ignore? No. I do want cache mode replace, I think. Of basically like the main resource, its sub-resources, its dependencies are retrieved from the cache if present instead of loaded. No, I don't want that. I want this. Cache is checked for the main resource as well as each of its sub-resources. Those already in the cache, as long as the loaded type and cache match, have their data refreshed from storage into the already existing instances. Okay, I think that's what I want. Mode replace. And then we'll do results normal map equals resource loader load. Hang on. I just had a brilliant idea. Copy and paste it, rather than typing it again. Okay. Will this work? Okay. Now I can do that. So basically, I can move around the mountain, and then I can apply the changes, and I can see it. And then what I need to do is I want to, let's see. I need to get the rendering device. So what I'm going to do... Yeah, we're going to create our GPU rendering device by, instead of doing that local thing... Let's see. I think I know what I want. So we do all this, then we add meshes. If... or var... Let's say var height map equals result height map. If engine dot equals RD texture, no, texture 2D RD new. Height map dot texture RD equals I know. I want to have a preview. I'll figure it out soon. Let's try this. Basically, what I want is the ability to drag this around. So for now, we just do this, apply changes. It should give us an error because, yeah, texture is valid, so that's not a valid texture. So we see that that normal map is not applied. So what I need to do now is I need to figure out how to create a texture from our buffer in the GPU, first of all. So I think that'd be renderer. So I'm going to have like a var so we have output texture RD. And I think that means, how do we write to a texture? Oh, okay. And we can do that by creating the texture view. Okay. Display texture RD equals output texture RD. And this is like our T format T view. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to try getting a texture here. So it's going to be var result or height equals our texture 2D RD. View will be a texture view, I think. So yeah, because I'm thinking if we have, do I have clear resize this? So yeah, let's try all this stuff, and we'll have like a result view equals GPU dot create. So this should create a... Oh, okay. What is an RD texture view? I don't get it. But okay, basically we'd actually have an RID as a texture. Okay. Result RID equals view, and then also result height equals texture 2D RD new. Actually, we don't even need that to be fancy. We can just do this. Okay, so we're getting a rendering device texture. And that's when we initialize our things. Oh, wait. Actually, we can literally just do that. We don't even need to bother with that. Because what we do is the result height will then equal this result RID. Or dot, this equals RID. And so how do we create a view of a storage buffer? Godot, compute shader, texture from storage buffer. Because yeah, I don't know, for some reason there is something weird with like rendering a texture, or like putting the output of a shader into a texture for some reason. So I'm going to try to figure out if I can get a view. GPU dot texture buffer create? No, okay, we don't need that. Yeah, so I think we create this. RD texture format dot R new. Wait, hang on. What do we put in here? That's going to be annoying to figure out. Okay. So we have height, width. Var formats equals this. Format dot width equals size x. Okay. 32, I think. Yeah, I think we do, yeah. We do 4 bytes, so, wait, hang on. Depth should be texture's depth in pixels. Always 1 for 2D textures. Okay, that's format dot, format equals, so this should be rendering device dot data format R32 signed float. So what is this? 20. Oh wait, no. This is the issue because we need that. Oh wait, no. Okay, too few arguments, expected at least 2 because we need a texture view. I don't know what an... Oh wait, no. So we have that. Data takes an array for texture type 1D blah. This array can be that. Not to be confused with texture 2D create, which creates a Godot specific texture 2D resource as opposed to the graphics API's own texture type. How do we create it from a buffer? Can we create a texture from a buffer? Maybe here? So what is an RD texture view, though? Optional override for the data format to return sampled values in. Okay, so I think what I can do is just texture view new. Okay, so what I might have to do is figure out how to make these textures properly then. So instead of recording to the buffer, we record to a texture output. So yeah, let's do that. Compute shader write to texture. You know, I'll do Godot specifically. Godot compute shader write to texture. That's not what I want. I want a texture somewhere in here. Provide input, execute retrieving results. No, okay, so this doesn't tell us anything about that. Let's see this. A compute texture. Read-only image, write-only image. Okay, so we have the write-only image. So that's getting us closer. Yeah, okay. I think that's close to what I need. Can that, like... Godot's, like, fucking up. It's, like, going weird. But okay, let's see if we can do XYZ. So I guess I'll do that. Binding equals 0, standard 2D, restrict buffer, target. And then, yeah, that'll be our target. And then we'll have set equals 0. Let's have this down here. Set 0. Binding equals 2. Uniform image 2D. And this will be our output image. Okay, because now we have target data here. So this now needs to be output image. Because, yeah, we have to mix, so it can't be a read-only or write-only. Hopefully that is fine. And also R32F. And yeah, I don't know the difference between a set and a binding, so let's see if that at least compiles. No. Output image. Left of dot is not a type of array, blah or that. Okay, so that's going to be an issue. How do we set the pixels at the array then? Image store, that's what we need. Okay. Is the UV... Okay. Okay, good. The UV is an IVEC. So I think I can do coordinates. So yeah, we don't need this index anymore. We just do coordinates. Image store. Output image coordinates mix. And then it's probably going to be image load. Yeah. Image load, output image coordinates, red. There we are. Did that work? No. Image load. No matching overloaded function found. Is it not called image load? What? Oh, I think it's because there's some extra function. No, wait, no. Yeah, image load UV. Is it because it's an IVEC2? I'll just call this an IVEC2 then. And you know what? Let's say if coordinates are... No, I think they should always be greater than 0. Like this source corner should always be... Yeah. I think that's done on the CPU side. Image store, no matching overload function found. Okay, at least we got there. So what do we actually save into the image store? Wait, where's my... Did I close Firefox? What the hell is happening? In my Alt tab, it doesn't show anything that resembles... There we go. Okay. So yeah, what's the difference between my image store? Is it because... I think it's just we need a vec4. Yeah, I'll just do that. Okay, so now we can do that. And then what I want to do is I want to get a similar thing for making normals. So we will do not this. We'll have layout set equals 0, binding equals 2, 430, and it'll be like R32F. And this will be our write only. Yeah, because now we can do uniform restrict read only, uniform restrict write only. Image 2D normals. And then we don't need the index of coordinates. Which means we don't even really need the size of this, do we? So yeah, like we don't need this. There's a lot of stuff we don't need anymore. But okay, I'll figure that out soon. Uniform restrict read only image 2D image. Like let's call it height. And then yeah, we don't even need this at all. In fact, that means we just put this here. Yeah, don't need that. Because now we'll just have this IVEC2 and then normalize that, return n.xz. Oh, I see. That actually does do something. Because we're going to do image load. So this is going to be float image load main map coordinates .r. Okay, and then we do a vector2 normal.xz, and actually this should be, I think it's red green 16f is what I did. I mean, I guess I can just decide what I want to do with it. And then we'll do image store. Normals vec or normals coordinates. Let's call this like derive. Okay, let's see if that compiles properly. Okay, good. And then reset. So yeah, so now we don't even need this size anymore, I don't think. Do we use size still? I think we do still. Yeah, okay, we still need the size. And you know what? While we're here... Well, no, that's fine. These are our inputs, this is our output. That makes sense. Let's try this. Okay, so are our shaders good? No. So layout for uniform required extension not requested. ext scalar block layout. So default standard 430 layout for uniform required extension. Is that because I shouldn't have this here? Or is it because, what is it because? Which texture is this? Make normal.glsl. So yeah, line 5, I think. Cannot specify packing on a variable declaration. Oh, maybe we need it here? Wait, hang on, I'm going stupid. These are the ones that are having issues. So yeah, let's just not have that then. No, that's not right. Unknown swizzle selection. Where's size? Did I do something with size that I forgot about? Oh yeah, we don't even need that. Main map undeclared identifier. Oh yeah, now we're going to get to our other things, which are at is now height. Index of. So we don't need index of anymore. Right, yeah. My life is getting simpler now that I'm trying to do things the right way. Not enough data provided for constructor. Okay. We're getting closer. Yeah, what is the issue here? Image store no matching overloaded function found. Is it because we actually just do... Oh, wait, no. Is it because we just do this, like vector 2? Oh, I see what it is. No, I don't see. And I guess, first of all, we can just return this. GLSL image store. What is the actual... What are the overloads for this? Okay, so we can have images of 2D, and we have a vector 4 of data. Oh wait, okay, I just realized what it is. We need the coordinates, obviously. Okay, so that one compiled fine. And then let's get the reset. This should also be, because now we can just do layout dot, we'll do a restrict write only. Is it this? Uniform restrict write only image 2D data. image store data. Wait, what is chords? There it is. Data chords. There should be R32F spec40. And we don't even need, we can just do that. And I don't think I really need that, but, oh wait, no, I do. For like initializing things. But okay, default standard 430 layout for uniform required, but not, oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Okay. So now these scripts, or the shaders are all set up, so let's do that. Actually, I've changed so much stuff. First, let's add... Before we change any of the shaders, so like save heights or save results to separate files. That's good. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, so now we just have the shaders. So I'm going to do... I guess I'll just keep that as it is. So yeah, now we need to actually start making these outputs different. So yeah, because now this is an output for image 2D, R32F. Image 2D RG16F. Okay, and so we don't need that at all, because yeah, we'll just create buffers of image 2Ds. Hopefully that works. Let's see how the scripts look. I think it's going to be... The reason I didn't do this before was because it's like 50,000 lines. It's not that bad. Doesn't seem... Well, actually, wait. Where's the... There it is. How much of this is actually like the... Okay. This is the annoying thing, kind of. Okay, so let's do if output free... No, GPU dot free RID output. Otherwise, var tf equals texture format new width equals size.x. Oh wait, obviously we do that first. Format equals rendering device data formats R32 S floats. Yeah, because now I'm seeing it doesn't seem like it's going to be that hard to do this. Oh, and then we do tf.texture type equals 2D. Anything that we need uses... Okay. So we need to sample and store and can copy, I think we need. Actually, we don't really need sampling. We need reading. I'll think that's fine for now. Depth array layers 1. You know what, let's do like output equals new texture size Yeah, do we need any of this input packed buffer array stuff anymore? I think we don't. I think we just need 8 here. Hmm. And then I'll say, like, we'll get our usage bits. Actually, let's just say true. So yeah, I'm going to do, like, function new texture. RID pass. And this will be, like, true. So, vector to I. And then, like, read, write. Okay. So what I'm going to do is output equals new texture size true true. And then we'll return here GPU dot... Oh wait, hang on. There is an issue here where I do need to create the storage buffer for the uniform. Hang on, we need the input buffer here. So this still needs to be input buffer equals GPU create storage buffer create input dot size input. There we go. Argument 1 should be in... Oh, I see. Input. There we go. So that creates the input. There we are. We should also have... Actually, we should just have the data here as... Oh, wait, no, we don't need that, because we just create an empty texture each time, don't we? So that means we don't even need the reset here, do we? Yeah, because we don't... Yeah, we don't even need that. We're just going to do jobs equals nothing. Or maybe jobs... dot clear. Okay. So all this format stuff that I started as well, we don't need that. Oh, we also do need a texture. Let's do rendering format. Yeah, okay. Rendering device.data format. So this is going to be format here somewhere. There we go. There we are. Okay, and the normal array will not be here either. We'll just have normal buffer as well here. So I think, do we need... I don't think we need this at all now. Because, yeah, we're just going to do normal buffer equals new... Actually, let's call this normal texture. new texture, rendering device, data, format, R32G, no, R16, G16, S float, size, true. No, no, we don't even need to write it, so we can do false, true. Okay. And here we can do return GPU dot create do we create a texture buffer or the texture? Ooh, that's gonna be tricky to figure out. Creates a new texture buffer, can be accessed with the RID it returns. So if we create the texture instead, creates a new texture. Once finished with your RID, you want to free the RID using free RID. Data takes array of packed arrays for blah. Okay, so what I'm going to do first off is output if normal texture. Because I think... Okay, so I think it's because we don't need any data here. So I'll assume that's fine. Though actually I should probably still do this for now. Because it might be uninitialized data instead. But okay, texture buffer create. Texture format. No, texture create. Okay. Texture format, RD texture view, new. There we go. And we'll do this. If read else 0. Storage. If write else 0. Normal buffer is not declared in the current scope. What am I looking at here? Oh wait, I see, okay. The local parameter size is shadowing already declared variables. So let's do the size. Okay. So this means that now I'm creating two textures. And I'm creating an input that's just the size of our object here. So that should be fine. Because hopefully that's the exact same wherever it's used, which I think is literally only in image mix now. And I'm actually not sure if we still need that. Wait, why does this say the size of the source / target? Those are the opposite things. Okay, do we ever use target size? Do we use index anywhere here? I don't think we do. Okay, but we do use it here. Okay. Okay, so we do need that. Fair enough. Okay, so now we should do that. And then when we create a new texture, let's put that down like here. Let's put that down with the underscored things. Okay, get normals packed byte array. So this should now be GPU dot texture get data texture. One? Wait, hang on. How many layers do we have? For a specified layer. Okay, for 2D textures it must always be 0. And then here we're going to do view.texture get data output 0. Okay, so we'll need to do quite a few things here. First off, we're going to need a new texture uniform. Because I guess an image uniform. Because, yeah, we don't need samplers, we need images. So yeah, we create all of our things here. Render process. So create uniform set. So current texture RD. Okay, so they're doing some fancy things with that, but it seems like it's not too bad to create a uniform set from that. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do a whole lot of things. We just do var un equals RD uniform new. Or actually, hang on. Do we just do like... What's my thing with created uniforms? What am I doing here? Yeah, I'm just going to do this create uniform set here. Okay, yeah, not too bad. Uniform.usage. No, what is this called? Running type uniform type image. So yeah. Binding equals bind. Then uniform.add ID, the image. Then we'll probably return the image. Uniform set create uniform. Oh wait, do we need a shader here? Interesting. Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Okay, we just need to return the uniform here. Because I add the RD uniform, I add that there when we do our uniform set stuff. Okay, so this is now going to be an image uniform. Uniform normals 1. In fact, that's going to be the same thing here. Output 0 normals 1 or normal texture 1. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't realize we already do that. Okay, so we don't need that. And also we can do that here. And I think we'd clear the buffers first. Okay. So let's make sure that I understand. So now what we do when we do the image mix, the main change will be our buffer uniform will be the input buffer. So we do that for both reset and... Actually, wait. For reset, yeah, we don't do that. We do image texture. Yeah, because now we only have the data there. And then, yeah, when we image mix, we do uniform buffer set create, uniform reset shader. Yeah, that's good. Source uniform, we get input buffer. then we do var output equals image uniform output 2. I think that's correct for our image mix. Yeah. Wait, we don't need semicolons. This will be output uni. And then at some point, we put that in our uniform set. There we go. And we shouldn't need too much stuff here. I feel like I'm using more than I need for this, but that's okay. I think it's because our raw image is not what we need. Okay, I remember now. All of this stuff is for calculating like the bounds of the object and all that stuff that we need for the GPU. But then we have this stuff that's very easy. In fact, I should probably just put this down here with the shader, like that. Easy. And that might be... Is that everything that I needed to do? I think I mean, I only have 3 shaders. Will that work? Let's close this. Reload it. No warnings yet, except for a storage buffer was leaked. I can live with that. Let's run this, see if that works. Boom. I mean, it says it's doing stuff. Let's make sure that it actually works. What's the issue here? Oh, I see. Okay. Texture usage can copy from bit to be set to be retrieved. Ah. Image texture 2048 by 2048 by 4 equals that. Got 0 bytes. Okay. The image is empty. Okay. And that's because that's not being set, which is weird because I set it. Oh, we need actually... Okay. I see. There we go. Okay. So yeah, let's try this again. We got our mountain 2. Move that. Should be rendered. And then we should be able to apply the changes. And now it's a little bit better. Okay, so it was supposed to be red, green float with that. Got this. Okay. And that's because I've been loading it from the wrong format. Yeah, I think I know why that's happening. Normal map. That's because we do not use this. We do RG16F. Or RGH. Because it's half the precision. It's shiny, which is interesting. Okay, so now we're getting the height, or we're getting the normal map, but we're not getting the height map. And also the normal map is not set correctly. Which is fascinating. So what did I do to change? Wait. This is correct. Oh, it's because now, wait, I don't get it. Oh, okay. Okay, I do get it. This is not a valid thing here, still, because it's not in the valid machine. Because it needs to be from a different rendering device. But okay. That works, except for the fact that the normal map does not look correct. Because now it seems to be defaulting to 1 rather than 0, which is strange to me. Let's get our directional light here, and let's see if I can understand this. Yeah, it's bent at like 90 degrees or something. I think, yeah. Which is, I don't get how that happened, because that's basically, next, previous minus next to uptime. Is it because this needs to be swapped now? Up minus down? Because it's definitely... So X, Y, Z. Actually, wait. Oh, I see. Hang on. I changed too much here. Yeah, it's XZ, not XY. Okay. So that's what we needed there. We get that there. Kind of, I think. I mean, something like that. At no function overload. Okay, that is what we need there. Image store, that's because we still need coordinates. Okay. So admittedly, this didn't really save us anything yet. But eventually, it might. Okay, it didn't update correctly. And also, I'm going to change this script right now. So, our texture 2D RD. Let's have the transforms of this be, yeah. You can see it's just not right. And that is because of... Why would that be? Because yeah, we have XZ here, XY. So this is exactly the same as it was before, but maybe there's How would we change this? How is this different? Because like these should be 0, because down and up should be the same value. If like the object is flat. And I think this is no longer... Actually, wait, hang on. What is that? No, okay. Oh. Okay, it just... okay. It just hadn't, like, updated the shaders, I guess. But okay, now if we do directional light... Whoop, whoop. Looks just about right to me. We got our cool mountains. Big and beautiful. We didn't actually solve the core issue, though, which was, I guess I'll save this, though. Swap buffers for textures. Because now what I want is the ability to do this. So yeah, texture 2D arty. I think what I can do is I'm gonna remember, so texture 2D RD from other rendering device. Okay, so if we get the rendering device, if we create a texture... So we create the texture from the main rendering device and share it with our local rendering device with texture create from an extension. Okay. So that could be a way to do that. So here the texture variable holds the texture that will be used by the mesh sprite. Okay. Okay. It seems like what I do is I get the main rendering device. So yeah, let's do that. And I'll have like a shareable. So this will be for output RID for normal output or shareable normal RID. And so instead what we'll do is we'll do rendering server dot get current rendering device, or like get rendering device texture create. And so here, let's actually call this shareable texture, and then we'll have a function copy texture RD texture. How do I want to do this? I guess it'll be formats. I'm going to do just 2 textures. So it'll just be like class full texture RID. So main RID var local RID. Okay. So var main equals this. And we'll have a shareable texture have a function init. Okay. Main equals p main local. In fact, we could just create... I'll do it later. I was about to say I could have the output and normal texture be shareable textures. I'll just call this new. And here what I'll do is just if output dot free from GPU. Free from GPU, and then we'll just have these have a function free from GPU rendering device. Free RID main local. There we go. And that means that anytime we actually use the image uniform, output dot local, okay. And so I think now what I should be able to do is when we create the new texture, new main local. Okay. So now what we need is local equals GPU dot create or texture create from extension tf dot texture type tf dot format. This is going to be tricky. tf.usage bits. Right, what the heck is image? I think this... Okay, what is this actually? Image is int. What is image, though? Returns an RID for an existing image with a given type, blah, blah, blah. So main RD, get driver resources. Okay. This is the crux of it. So we'll ignore that. We'll put this... Basically isolate this to its main line. Right now, this should be GPU dot... No, main RD equals this. Okay. Dot get. So this should be driver resource. It should be a driver resource texture. Main RID. So now what we need is main 0. Okay. So yeah, now we have a shareable texture, and what we can do is we can get normal texture dot local, and when we do height map texture RD, renderer dot output dot main instead. And hopefully what this means is that now, when we run the normals... Oh, it didn't work. Non-existent function free from in base RID. Free from... Oh, yeah. I mean, output and normal texture are... Hang on. What are they? What's happening here? So 258... Like, neither of these should be, wrong. In non-existent function free from in base RID. But this is a shareable texture. It's a class that's used already. Invalid property or key main in base of object of type nil. Okay, so this at least gets us there. And renderer.output. Let's do that. So now we should be able to at least do this. There we go. Okay. Almost got it. So invalid get local on object of type nil. Clear buffers. Oh wait, I see. If output equals. So why would output equal? So why would this not be here? Because like it should be returning shareable texture new. "16 RIDs of type sampler were leaked." Okay, and that's because we were creating them, I guess? Okay, so hopefully now... No. When is sampler set to null? Let's assert for s, or let's do this, print s, return s. Okay, I think maybe the issue is this size is not set anywhere, is it? Wait, no, it should be set. Height map terrain renderer. Okay, so we should have out. Okay, renderer begin that stuff. So like if I did that, okay, I see. This is the real problem. I was getting lost in these. Okay, sample. Thank you, Godot, for not actually... Samples, of course. Layers. Okay, any other things I should know about? Okay, map seems correct. Okay. So at the very least, it's not breaking, but I don't see the results that I was looking for. I was hoping that the height map would change. But if we press apply changes, I believe it should, after an eternity... No, okay. So that is another issue now. And I checked that with the shareables, right? Is it because we can't get texture, get data? Like, should we be doing main here instead? Like, because I think now what it is if we apply changes, it'll crash for some reason, but I don't know why. Is this what I want? Debug properties. Okay. So what we need is probably path E. It's going to be the 14 tech and tools. D14 30 NP terrain / NPD terrain E. Did that work? No. There we go. Double quotes are what we need. Okay, but now we should be able to try applying the changes. Oh yeah, that doesn't do anything because we haven't done that yet. Do that, then apply the changes. See where it crashes. Okay, couldn't find, thank you. Interesting. Invalid property or key local. Invalid image is empty. Got 0 bytes. Okay. Can't save empty resource. Invalid access to key local on base. Oh, okay. This is because it's 0. Okay, program crashed. So this is useful. Thank you, Godot. Do we have like debug? Hang on. Debug, does it know anything here? Module was built without symbols. Oh, that's good. Okay. Hang on. Do I have the other one then? So tools, Godot. Why is it? What is this? I have to zoom in to get this. Okay. Bin. So which one has... I mean, it pretty clearly there's the PDBs here. Which one's the new one? Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? Okay, so this doesn't have debug symbols. How do I export the debug symbols then? Scon's target equals editor J12. Let's do J10. Debug? Actually, Scon's help. What are our options here? How do we get the debug symbols without having to build too much more stuff? Thank you for that. So is there no, like, ability to, like, list... Okay, there we go. recompile launcher. I was hoping to like, I was hoping it wasn't this many. Jeez. Debug paths relative, separate debug symbols, debug symbols. Okay. That's what I needed. So, scoms. Target equals editor. J10. Debug symbols equals yes. Hopefully this doesn't take 25 minutes, but it very well could. And if that's the case, I guess I should figure out what would be the issue here. Oh, so we can do git diff. Because yeah, I changed it to be... Git does not like this happening. So let's do... Do I want to save this until it's working? No, I don't need to. Because yeah, we got it working before. Did we? Yeah, I'm sure I tested it. So yeah, now it's something to do with getting the image data again. Where I think what I should do is probably get it from main. Because that's where the original texture was. I'll do that now. So let's just have like function get. I'll try this. Okay. Return get, and this will be packed bytes array. I should have done this before I started recompiling. So this is normal texture. Let's call it this, actually. And we don't really need this. We can just do this. Okay, so what would be causing these issues here? And also, when we exit the tree, we should be having like a... Hang on, where is... Let's go back to height map. Render or destroy. Yeah, and we got clear buffers there. That should be good. And I guess I can do just free here. I'll ignore that for now. I think they use reference types for everything, like objects by default. Okay, but how's this doing? 15%? I will not do that for now. I'll try again with Godot. And then if it crashes again, then I'll compile it, but I'll, like, do it off stream. But yeah, because my big thing is I want it to still work at least, even if it doesn't like preview properly. Failed to load terrain editor. Let's look at those. Shareable texture, right? I think it should be share. I think this should be with an E. Okay, so what was the other issue? Probably something to do with the renderer or the height map thing? No. Apply is used, but yeah, okay. That's fine. So why is this not visible now? Oh, because it didn't start. Yeah, okay. So now that looks good. The big issue is, okay, so this doesn't render properly, which is a shame. I don't know why that would be not happening. It should be the same height map, because if we go to height map here... Oh, I see. Okay. So why is this not? Print. Oh, wait, because we don't... Okay, okay. I see, I see. We need to update the materials. And then I think what I should do every time when we do the apply chain, or when we do this, we should then update materials. And we don't need that. Oh wait, and then we should do that probably there. Okay, okay. Good. So now it's not perfect. But I think that's also because the normal maps are all messed up, because now what I can do is the exact same thing for the materials, which is for our normals 2D, and I'll assume that if we have the renderer output, we'll also have the normals equals texture 2D RD new RD equals renderer dot normal texture main. Otherwise, the normals will just be result normal map, and then there we are. And so now should be, did I just not update this? Hang on, let's apply the changes and see if this works still. Okay, so the normals are just not being run. What does that mean? Any errors here? Property texture RD. Oh. Alrighty, okay. Thank you, Blender, for not, or Godot, whatever this tool is, for not fixing that. But okay, now... Oh, whoops. Attempted to use an uninitialized RID. Because texture usage sampling bit is true. Okay, so we should actually just make both of these readable and writable. Let's go back to height map. No, terrain renderer, normal texture. New texture. Honestly, I think we don't even need these because I think we always are going to have readable and writable there. New texture. Yeah, we don't need read or write. Because we're just going to set both of these to true by default all the time. And they'll be copyable. I don't know if there's some performance implication from doing that, but we just want it to be running interactively Look at that. Look at that. It works almost entirely. And now it's like downright interactive. That's crazy. That's awesome. And then the only thing we really need to do is the collider will be out of date until we apply the function. So we need to apply this to actually save the changes and update the height map. But it only takes a few seconds like that. So it's still pretty reasonable. And now we can probably go up to 4096 by 4096, I'm betting. Like, we'd have to apply the changes first, and that's going to take... Oh, wait. I just realized. Whoops. I put that in the wrong place. I was like, huh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I'm curious to see how big we can make this now. Because it should be like, it'll be like a quarter the speed right now, because, yeah, we have to apply the changes for, like, everything. And honestly, if the game, if it's too slow to edit reasonably, I can just make it, I can just go with 2048 by 2048, because the game, like, currently, in its state, it's like, the terrain is like 512 by 512 polygons or something. So going to, you know, quadruple that resolution would be fine. So I'm going to hide this because that's slow. Yeah, that's the slow one, that, the colliders, because they have a lot of meshes. But okay, so we got mountain. And so let's see if I can still move this in real time. And there's that little flickering, which, I can probably fix, hopefully, maybe. Interesting that scaling it down makes it larger. I'm wondering why that is. Some sort of inverse transform thing that I did. But yeah, look at that. And then let's see how long it takes to apply this. I'm going to put this scale at 1. Interesting that it chose to do that. Are these linked? Oh, okay, I see. That's why that was... Because here, I'm scaling this, but then it's linked here, so if I type 1 here, it scales up all the dimensions. Okay, that's fun. And then we can, like, move this into here, and we can, like... Let's make this really big. Make it huge, gigantic even. Probably smaller. Less gigantic even. Look at that. Now we can have mountains, casting shadows. This is a 4 kilometer wide just thing. And I mean, admittedly, the actual height maps, I still need to figure out a better way of doing them, because I think the main thing I'd want is to paint them. And also, I'm going to put this mountain 2 on top of this, and I'm going to see, how would I want to do this? Because yeah, right now, the way that it works, so what if we rotated this or something? So yeah. So now it's downright interactive. Like, the rendering speed is completely negligible. Let's put this like there or something, for example, or move this up. Boom. How is this? I feel like this isn't doing quite... Oh, I know why it's doing exactly this. It's because it's not... It has this green, which means that it has no fixed height. It just is an opacity. So here, or like all the way over here, If I could move it, hang on, what's happening? There we go. If I move it over here, the black spots go completely level with the ground underneath it. And the green spots are like exactly where it wants to be. But okay. So now I can create terrain interactively. Now literally, you see this mountain, we can move it in downright interactive frame rates. Though with some flickering, but that's okay. I think it's something weird with the normals and shadows, it looks like. I guess, what if we just disabled the shadows? For now. Just so I can see what the actual flickering is caused by. Seems like that's also causing things. Maybe it's something to do with the flicker, or something to do with the normal maps, I'm supposing. But oh well. I would call that a polish thing now. So I'd say bugs, flickering while moving. Yeah, multiple colliders. Oh wait, no, we don't have multiple colliders, but we do have multiple meshes. Performance. So we got... I think the performance is now plenty good. And also I'm going to say the bug here with Y scale should be inverted. Yeah, I think it's something to do with basically I do a lot of stuff with like the inverse transforms, but I should not be doing that with the inverse Y transforms or something. And then all we need to do is apply the changes. It'll take a while, but we should have like a big ol' thing. And hopefully it also won't be too terrible to, yeah, now I'm thinking, it's interesting, because when you save it, it saves all the config for the height map and stuff. Or it saves, like, the position of everything. So it doesn't really... Oh, it already saved. Wait, what? Did it save? Is this correct? Hang on. Let's close this and let's open it up again. And see if it looks the same. I think it's the same. I think, yeah. So if we apply changes again, it takes 3 seconds. Okay, I was worried that it'd take, like, you know, proportionally longer and longer, but I think just getting the data out is the bottleneck, not the amount of data we're getting out. And we can see here that the height maps basically don't scale properly. So that's another thing, the axis aligned bounding boxes, because they think that they're not being shown. Because they're still treating the meshes themselves as like almost entirely flat down here, since this is all shader tricks. I think what I could do is, when we're applying the changes, maybe we apply the height map change as well. Like we get the max and the min of, what would I want to do? I think what I would do is I would just get a shader that just gets the max and the min of the entire texture. And then, like, how would I do that? I guess just do some sort of bitmap thing. Yeah, and then we just have the max and min set as the axis-aligned bounding boxes for all these meshes. But okay, I'm very proud of that. I'm glad that now it's downright interactive. I knew that it could be done. I knew you could change big height maps like this. It's just rendering, it's basically rendering a 4K texture with like 5 items on it. Alright, beautiful. I'm glad it turned out to just be getting the texture data from the main device rather than the other device. But okay. Get status. So height map editor runs at interactive frame rates. Oh wait, no, we don't have a place to push it to yet. I should probably just make that. Let's go to GitHub. I might even make this just a public repo. Oh, I'm not signed in. Ah, well. This song's giving me anxiety. But okay. Let's make sure that everything's saved, so, hang on. Just turn it off. I want songs that are nice and relaxing for our end of the day. Let's push to all of the drives. All right. Okay. So we are done for the day. I will be back either Wednesday or maybe Monday if I feel like it. I was thinking of doing a bit of makeup work. But okay, I'm happy that I got that sorted out. That was like a big thing for that terrain editor to just make it like worthwhile of just edit things quickly. So now that it can edit quickly, my next step is figuring out things like painting on the terrain and stuff like that. That'll be very useful. But okay, thanks for stopping by. See you later.